Evening all. So yeah, tummy tea. So AJ actually got me a mug, like a tea diffuser mug, which is really nice, and sent me some different teas, and one of them is called tummy tea, which I've never heard of before, but it's actually really nice. I much prefer tea over coffee. Proper British. Am I low res? Oh, thank you, Simon. Very much appreciated. It's true. Yeah, I'm not particularly high res in real life. Yeah, it's the lighting. The camera is not great. It's just like a cheapy Logitech webcam. It's nothing special. I need one of them proper streamer setups for like the big diffuse light cube thing and expensive cameras and all of that. But no, it's just me with a cheap webcam. I'm not that professional, as you can probably tell. Right then, well, as it is the first stream of the month, that means it's competition time. So if Claire could please signal her readiness, I shall go ahead and start drawing some numbers. So it helps if I also have random.org ready. Okay, so thanks once again to Firstus and AJ for donating some Captain tiers. Why is it giving me stuff? Go away. Okay then, here we go. So the first Captain tier, 10,000, goes to 1684. Oh wow, it happened. It finally happened. 1701 is the winning number. So we just gave away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Captain tiers. It had to happen eventually. Congratulations, you lot. Yeah, it's after the Anno game. No, we'll carry on. We always said that if everyone picks the same number, then we'll honour that to a point. Obviously, not if it's a stupid amount of people. But if it's just a few people, then we will honour it. Okay, sure. We're doing our key giveaway, which we do at the first stream of every month. The next number is 9888. Actually, before I press enter on that, let me just make sure I've got enough people here. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, we're good. That is trans catty acid. Congratulations. You are now a captain. The numbers I've already done, sorry Roko. So basically, at the first of every month, or just before the first, we open up a channel on our Discord where everyone spams their numbers. We can't do it on stream because it would be absolute chaos. Oh god, I gotta try and pronounce that. Silber? Congratulations. I probably butchered that, but I'd give it a go. I'm gonna guess, off the top of my head, that's like, is that like silver cat in German or something? It's probably way off, but it's just a guess. Is it silver cat? Is that cat silver? Oh, that's close. Next. 2891. Nexusatco. Congratulations. Okay, congratulations to all of our new captains, of which there are many this evening. We shall proceed with the keys next. Oh yeah, you were close. Eight, 9, 7, 7, 8. Void Chicken. Congratulations. You as a key. So say we all. Why do I keep clicking that? I'm so like into fixing bugs, I just can't stay away from Mantis. 1141. No. 1141. Just Winters, congratulations. I did it again. Right, last one. 3567. Elu123. Have a key. Okay, so there we go. That is this month's draw. Congratulations, everybody. Enjoy your keys and your captain ranks. And yeah, I can't believe that we had 1701 win. Right, so Claire will get on and message everyone who won something. So keep an eye out for her message. So I've been beavering away, working hard on VR and getting the character system to spawn either a VR pawn or a non-VR pawn, depending on whether you have that selected from Steam. That is all now working. I have ditched another chunk of ALS. Anyone who's ever worked with Unreal Engine is probably familiar with the ALS character system. It's like donkey's years old, and it's like the go-to starter character system for a lot of games. And it's an absolute nightmare to expand if you start adding new things to it and trying to crowbar it into doing new stuff. And again, with VR, it started clashing and having issues. So I've completely replaced the player controller with a stock one, which is much nicer now. So literally the only thing we have left from ALS now is the animation system. All the rest of it's been replaced. So the last thing to go will be the character system itself, and then we'll use metahumans. Right, I thought I'd just show you some of the stuff working in VR, because it now does, which is nice. And I also bought a little fan mod for my Index. I don't know whether you can see. It's got like this little cool fan block thing at the front, and it really helps. It's only a cheap little thing, but it just plugs on and keeps you cool while you're in VR. Right, so if we launch this in a VR preview, try and make that full screen. So I can't see chat or anything, so you'll have to bear with me a minute. Okay, so here I am in-game, in VR, which is all very lovely. Hello, hand tracking, please. You can see that we have full body representation. I think the microphone's messing with the tracking. Right now it's just like thumb pad to move around, but this little yellow dot, which should be attached to the end of my finger, and it's kind of offset to work out what's happening with the socket. But you can see that we can actually interact with the world now just by poking. So once that little yellow blob is on the end of the fingertip, then that should work fine. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, unlock, and there we go. Open the door. Open the door. That all seems to work nicely. Yeah, if I come and stand over here, you can see that we have full body replication. Everything's all got full IK. I can do crazy things like this. Hello. So that's all working nicely. And I haven't figured out chairs yet, so that still needs to be done. Scale is also an interesting thing. So this right now, I know, even though I'm sat, this is like standing height. It's interesting seeing the world, like one-to-one in VR compared to how it looks when you're doing it in first person. I think the scale of everything it's maybe slightly off. I mean, again, this is standing height, and I'm kind of, these chairs are perhaps a little bit big, and this railing's perhaps a little bit low, and just little bits and pieces about it I think require adjusting, but on the whole, I think we're good. I've lost my arm. Where's it gone? But everything works. In fact, if I sprint down here a minute, I'll change this so it doesn't like whip around quite so quickly. It's very hard to convey the scale of things like on screen, but trust me, it's huge. So we can call the lift like so. We can get in the lift. We can go down to deck F. And again, I don't need to press any buttons. I'm literally just poking with my finger. Okay, here we are in engineering. And the reactor looks particularly cool in VR. It's huge. The NPCs are perhaps a little on the small side. I'm hoping that will improve once we move to metahumans. They just seem a bit, I don't know, like a bit short. Like scale-wise, the scale seems a bit off. I mean, like size of my hand versus her face. She just feels small. Ow. This is why you shouldn't use VR sat at your desk. But yeah, but on the whole, it's working. Okay. Right, there we go. Yeah, so performance definitely needs optimizing. Like we're already saying, like, in order to enjoy VR with this game, you're going to have a powerful computer. There's no two ways about it. I mean, there's only so much we can do optimization wise. So, we're just going to state that from the outset. If you want to play this in VR, you need a decent PC. And that's just that, we just need to set that expectation from day one. But yeah, it's surprisingly playable already. Sorry, just catching up on chat a minute. Now, we can't pick up the cat in VR, but maybe we can work on that. Well, at the moment, I'm getting around about 50 FPS on my 4090. Obviously, that's pre-optimization. So, once we've optimized it, and that's also running on max graphics as well. Normally, with a VR game, you'd use a forward renderer, and obviously we're not, because this isn't a VR game specifically. So it's always going to be more costly to run on the GPU for VR. But yeah, we'll optimize, we'll do what we can, but you're going to need a reasonably decent, I would say, mid to high-end GPU. It's a good question, Martin. And speaking of the Caravella, that is what we're doing. So let's get back into it. Wow, it's bright. I'll have a look, 9 Letter Studios, and see about that. I've never heard of it before, so I'll look it up. So after the last stream, I went ahead and just finished off this back bit because I wanted to join that up. So if you recall, we did this outer section on stream, and I've blended the top in now, so that's kind of the upper shape that we'll be going with. And then deck 1 is contained within this area. I need to pull that out and blend it off so that all joins up nicely. But I'll leave that for now because I want to get the engine pylons kind of done before I go ahead and make this a unique object, because otherwise I'll have to do it again twice, and I don't want to do that if I can possibly get away with it. But yeah, so when it comes to the tech level and the general aesthetic, this ship and the Magellan were both built at the same time. It's approximately, within months of one another, because the Lunara Industries corporation that made this ship also were a contractor on the Magellan. So the interior decor is going to be very, very similar because ultimately that's done by the same manufacturer. The FTL hardware is custom to this manufacturer. They gleaned the tech using corporate espionage, so obviously there's a lot of the Magellan's tech in it, but it's kind of their own take on that. But on the whole, they're going to be very, very similar, tech-wise and aesthetic-wise. Yeah, when it comes to the quest, one of the things I noticed immediately with the quest, was it Meta Link? Yeah, MetaQuest Link. So on here, it nags you to set it up as the OpenXR runtime. Like, do not do this because it just breaks everything in Unreal Engine. If you set this as the default runtime, then things like temporal anti-aliasing just basically stops working and creates a really blurry mess. Things like some of the nanite tessellation stuff doesn't work anymore. So basically it just causes loads of flickering, loads of ghosting, and it just looks awful. Leaving it defaulted to Steam VR, however, it looks just as good as it does on the index. So yeah, if you are using a quest, don't press this. And if you have pressed it, then you need to go into Steam and press the equivalent button on the Steam VR settings to make sure that Steam VR is the OpenXR runtime. Yeah, otherwise it looks awful. If you have a headset that works with Steam VR, then it should work with the game. Obviously, I can't speak for Linux because I don't use it. Okay, so what shall we do? Just having a think about the best order to start getting this actually in game, because once we've got the outer shell done, then at that point we can start slicing it into its individual sections, because we'll subdivide it and then basically break the subdivision so that it's like a static asset, and then we'll start slicing that up as the high poly version. Which means any detailing we need to do, like cutting out the RCS thruster holes and maybe modeling the back section here, definitely blending that bit in, maybe doing the window holes, although we could do the window holes separately if need be. Yeah, so in order to preserve things like having it join seamlessly once it's been sliced, then in order to do that we need to thicken this skin so it's actually, you know, the thickness of the metal that we're wrapping the ship with, because then when we cut it, we'll retain like a vertical edge. If we were to extrude that skin afterwards, then you're going to get funny angles, because it's going to extrude it along the direction of the face normal. So on a slope, you end up with like a non-perpendicular edge, which is never fun to work with. Yeah, so it's like the order of the way to do this is we definitely need to get the outer skin as done as possible, and then we can start turning it into you know, actual bits of the ship. So I think that's going to need a couple of supporting edge loops around there to kind of just smoothly round that off. The same underneath. That needs thickening up slightly because it's a bit thin. And I can't blend that in until I've done that bit. And then we need to move this edge loop out a bit so there's a less sharp edge there. And then we can think about how that's going to blend into the engine pod, which also needs to get bigger because they're a bit small right now in terms of the standing room on the inside. This is the size of our dude, and we're going to have some kind of platform in there, but we have 3 engines on both sides, and we need to make sure that we've got comfortable access to all 3 engines in order to do maintenance and such. So the pod could do with being a little bit bigger, just to make sure we've got that headroom and we've got access to those. And we also need to do the power runs for the ring, and also we need to find some space for the fuel tanks for the engines. And I'm thinking probably in this cavity here, so where we've got the stairs running up through there. This is all basically just empty space, so that would make a good cavity, because basically all along the outside of this wall here it's all just empty. So that's probably a good place for the fuel and coolant tanks. Probably stick some in the back here as well. But we'll get a clearer idea of what kind of cavities we're working with once we turn these rib sections into like fully shaped slices through the ship, and then we'll see exactly like here. Obviously, there's a lot more headroom above these sections, so once they've been expanded to include this space, then we'll start seeing like what available cavity we have, you know, bearing in mind that we also have a hull thickness to take into account as well. So there's some work to do there. And obviously that all needs cutting through for the maintenance access. It's going to be quite a tight fit, but I think we've got room for it. Not yet, AJ, no. I've been so focused on getting the VR stuff done, I haven't really been thinking about this ship. But yes, it sounds like a good material, for sure. If it's better than gold-infused titanium, then we'll definitely use it. You know, I'm not overly married to any particular material or concept. We'll go with whatever, you know, makes the most sense scientifically. Right. So enough dithering then. Let's perhaps get the difficult job done first. If we get this blended into here. So the challenge we have with this bit is obviously we've got a curve there where the engine pods go, but we've got this opposite curve around what will become the bridge windows now. So we have to blend that into there, and then we have to blend these two opposing curves into one another. And I kind of started doing that there and then failed miserably, so just need to work out how I'm doing that. And also, actually, because of where the cut lines are, so just as a reminder, this is how we're sectioning the ship into its various pieces. And again, you know, as it comes out of the manufacturing yard, these are the blocks that get welded together, which means that if we were to have some windows across there for this block, then really this needs to blend in sooner, because otherwise the slope of the curve is going to come over this section and block the windows. So that kind of all needs pulling in a bit, so we'll just flatten that down more so that by the time it gets to this edge here, it's already flat. So we kind of need to start from here and then start working our way up, just to be awkward. So I suppose on that note, if we start drawing ourselves an edge on there, again, it's a little difficult to know where to come from because we've got a completely diverging curve. Maybe if we start work out where the actual intersect point is, which is there. So there. I group that up so that we're not interfering with the other side. Then we need to take the curve to there. I suppose, just to make sure we have enough breathing margin, if we move that across to there. So then that has to go from there. There, and then there. It does make it a lot sharper of an edge. Back here, no, they don't need to necessarily be the full height. I mean, they could be. I think I went with 4 meters. 4 meters. Yeah, 4 meters was chosen arbitrarily. So really, they need to be as big as the shuttles. So yes, we can make them taller if they need to be. There's no reason for them to be 4 meters tall. So yeah, we'll scale them as needed. Oh, what happened there? Did I cut a hole in that by mistake? So the interior is going to have to wait until we're done with the outer skin. So we need to get the whole outer skin done, subdivided, smoothed, so that we've got that outer limit that we're working with. Once we've got that, then we can start slicing that into the different frames, and that gives us our internal volume. And then once we've got that, then we can start absolutely precisely measuring out, you know, where the walls need to go, where the panels need to go, where all the brackets and things need to line up to. You know, we are working to a grid in order to make that job much easier, but we can't define where the edge of this wall is until we've defined what curve we're working with here, because obviously that needs to be a curved wall on the inside. Obviously the interior and exterior are one-to-one with one another. So, you know, there is no real definition between the inside and the outside. They're part of the same mesh. Yeah, still working on it. This is our 10th stream working on this ship. So I suppose, you know, 4 hours per stream usually. So let's say that we're about 40 hours in. So, yeah. So one full working week is how long we've spent on it so far. Right, so I reckon rather than coming down with quite such a harsh angle, why don't we do it to this edge here? So if we align that with that, because that's the actual like flat edge going around the deck, which is also parallel to the angle of the pylon. So really that makes more sense to do that to there. Let's make sure I've got no weird sticky out bits. Okay. That would change the curve somewhat. Yeah, it's a bit better. It's quite as severe. And then we just need to define our edges. Hang on a minute, that should be in line with that. Oh, it is. which means that one should be in line with that one. Yeah. Make sure we've got these lined up with the actual frame lines. So 200 times 8. Add an extra couple of edges in there because we don't want it to have enough geometry to be able to do the curve. Okay, then we just need to move those edges to there. Although that one I might keep there. Come back to those ones. This is going to look a bit messy for a minute while we sort out all the edges. Over there a minute, so we can do it in isolation. I expect so, Kian, yeah. Like there's you know, we haven't actually fully decided in the lore yet, but kind of the idea is that the Magellan wasn't entirely a fresh vessel. It's partially a refit of an older design, like a non-FTL version. So we'd have to actually build the non-FTL version of the Magellan, you know, without the ring around it and stuff, which would be an interesting thing to have, just from a, you know, just a pure lore perspective. Quite nice to see. But yeah, once we start fleshing out all that sort of stuff, then hopefully we'll start seeing a greater collection of ships. Get rid of some of these stray edges a minute. It's going to be easier if I just do that. We can sort out that edge afterwards, rather than messing it all up like this. See where we've done this curved edge down here, that's all going to have to start blending as well into what will eventually be the flat edge. Better. Whenever I'm doing subdivisions like this, I always kind of end up not trusting that it's going to create smooth enough geometry given the amount of faces that it has, but it always proves me wrong. But I'm still going to give that just a little bit of an extra supporting edge. I mean, that is halfway along, but it kind of feels like it should be there, but overrule my template and do something like that. So we may as well give that its wider edge loop while we're doing this. How wide did I go with it? 100. Okay, so we want the support pylons to be as kind of curvy as possible. So we don't want too sharp of an edge there. I don't need the template anymore. I don't see why not on Nunny, yeah. I will, Martin, yeah. I'll keep this one hanging around. Sorry, I seem to have lost a bunch of chat. Yeah, sorry, I tend to go quiet when I'm working on stuff like this because it just involves a lot of concentration. So I did actually have an extension that made it much easier to fill in edges and things. Like, rather than having to do all these supporting edges manually, it would just fill them in, but it doesn't seem to be working, so I'll do it manually. Okay. Now to turn this into, hopefully, some sensible quads. Yeah, there we go. Much better. That's fine. That one will happily be a quad. Now I just need to blend in this edge. Oops. Come on. Find the vertice. Come on. Yeah, hopefully we won't get any pinching or anything there. Right, that should make that edge much softer. So what's going on here? Don't need that there. That can join up to that. That can go there. Hey, Leosh. What's going on there? Oh, I see. Missed the edge. Okay. Quads, quads, quads. Split edge there. That'll fix that. Okay. There's going to have to be a triangle here somewhere, but it's just a case of picking the least worst spot for it. Yeah. Yeah, so this isn't about triangulation in the sense that that we care about the mesh itself being triangulated. This is more with the subdivision. So when you subdivide a mesh, if you have non-quads, as in not a triangle, or even worse, an n-gon, then you end up with really weird subdivision results, which are generally never nice looking. So we just need to make sure that we have the least amount of triangles possible. So, so if we can quad as much as this geometry as possible, it kind of makes it nicer. And you'll see that when I subdivide this, you'll see we're going to pinch here because of that triangle. So if I hit that, generally it doesn't smooth as nicely, so you end up with like a dent or a bump. I'm much happier with that curve now, though. Before it was 50 centimeters or half a meter. Having a full meter is just a much nicer edge. So you've got a bit of a lump there, which isn't the best. It's probably more of that than anything else, though. Yeah, so we need to smooth that off just a little bit. Yeah. Heat it up and hit it. That's the best way to fix it. But yeah, that aside, I think it's a decent shape. And we haven't lost too much of the smoothness there, which is nice. Good question. I don't think so. They added that actually in the latest version of SketchUp. They did add some material controls. Somewhere. There. It did literally nothing. Right, because we're using the debug material there. Let me just give it a random material. Well, that might do it. Yeah, SketchUp's not the best tool for this. Once we get it into Unreal, we'll have a clearer idea. See whether we can mess with that a little bit. Doesn't appear to be doing anything. Yeah, we'll have a proper look in Unreal, and we can see exactly what we're working with. What even is that material? You can see how well it does the UVs, as in not at all. You can see the curve a bit better though. Right then, so now that we've fixed the curve, the next job is to blend it into the hull, which is the less fun bit. Let's try and stick to what we've got there as much as we can. Doesn't help that my world axes are the wrong way. Am I done with them facing that way is the question. I think so. So we'll go ahead and change that. So that gives us a more reasonable up direction. So that is 16. We'll take it now half of that distance. Yeah, being a bit of a perfectionist is both a blessing and a curse. Because I love having an eye for detail and obsessing over the little things, but at the same time, when it comes to doing things like this, I tend to start tweaking to the nth degree, trying to get it absolutely perfect. And it doesn't always need to be. Getting out though. Less bad than I was expecting. And then we'll just blend some of this in a bit more. I don't want to touch this side, so I'll try and do it all from this side if possible. Again, because we want to create a cut down there, and that's also where the weld line is going to be. So it creates a nice, consistent, smooth edge on this side, and then we don't start getting into complex curves until after the weld line. And also, if there's any slight misalignment, the weld line will cover it up. See, that's annoying though. Just find it. What we can do instead is we can use Vertex tools. Wow, the triangulation flip actually worked for once. Yes. Right, let's grab that a minute. Explode it. Just try and get this edge a little bit more smoother. Right then, let's see what that looks like. I'll turn those two into quads once I've blended it into the ship itself. Yeah, basically, so green means it will subdivide nicely. Blue means it will subdivide, but not as good as green. Red means it will turn into trash and completely freak out. Like, if I was to draw a line there like that, and then hit subdivide, you can see that it's created some weirdness here, because it wasn't dealing with perfect quads. And if we now turn that off, you can see that it's added all of these extra supporting edges to try and make sense of it. Whereas if we don't have that there, you can see that we now have nice and smooth geometry without all that extra stuff going on. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. That's blended in fairly well, I would say. So this is by far the most time-consuming bit of this, because again, we can't really do the full outer shell until it's been completely airtight and all smoothed off nicely. And of course we have to sort this out as well. I'm not going to bother doing anything to reduce the number of faces on here. I'm just going to keep these edges parallel. I'll be cutting holes in it and making windows in it, so just sort that out like that for now. And then we need to make this quads. Of course, that one's going to be awkward. Again, once we've joined it up into one big mesh, we'll redo this geometry to make it fit. Right then, let's check the cut lines again. So that bit's good, that bit's good, that's good there. I might move that back a bit just so it lines up with this. But it's not the end of the world, to be fair. I was going to say that having the bridge halfway through a block is going to be a pain, but actually it's fine because this is sitting on top anyway, so it doesn't need to adhere to that. Yeah, I think we're good there. Okay. So the other question, I suppose, is do we cut the holes for that now, or do we wait? See, if we were to do it now, that means at least we have the geometry facing the right way, but depends on how we're actually having that come out. So obviously with those being RCS thrusters, they need to fire in all sorts of directions. So I'm wondering whether we actually have the hull kind of wrap around like that, so that like this bit is the bit we're losing. Yeah, because I'm just thinking if I grab all of that, group that up so it's separately, then it means that the bit that actually sticks out of the hull, the white bit, would be this bit. So if you imagine this thing having white hull plating, then that bit, which would be the exposed hardware, would be like that. So we've still got some visible hull kind of conforming to that shape, but it gives us the freedom to have the RCS pointing, you know, forwards and backwards and such. Yeah, I quite like that, to be honest. And then we'll have that scaled down so that this is more of a lip. I'll have it like tuck under. The gun's going to go here-ish. Because on the inside, obviously we've got our maintenance corridor there. And we've got the RCS here. Sorry, here. In this cavity. So these framework bits here won't be curved. They'll conform to the shape of that. But then behind them, we've got this cavity here, which is probably a good place to put things like the magazine for the railgun and that sort of thing. And this cavity underneath here, oops, lost in the walls. Yeah, the cavity underneath can be used for like the reloading hardware. But that means that we need to have either top and bottom mounted turrets or a single inline turret on the edge there. But I think given the location of the RCS, it probably makes more sense to have like one there, and then the same underneath. It gives us a fair amount of coverage, and it also makes them really, really visible from the bridge as well, which would be kind of cool. You'll see them turning and firing. It's not a big ship, so it's not going to have big guns. Oh, that's something we can do actually. So we need the RCS in the back as well. So they're going to go there. So we need to decide exactly where they're going to go. That angle bit there makes a bit more sense. Although we could maybe have it come out a little bit like this one. Thank you, Void Games. I think we're at the point now where we can actually just go ahead and explode that. And make that part of the complete hull geometry. Leaving the one underneath to be expanded out to the end. Which means we can go ahead and fix some of this stuff. Let's just do that here a sec. And then we'll have a think about having another sticky out bit there for the RCS. So like how we have it wrapping around a bit there. We have a similar thing here where it does the same. Again, so that we have the ability for it to fire in different directions. Like it's easy to fire forwards and backwards here, but not so much forwards from here. So we'll need to stick out a little bit. Maybe have it angling that way. On modern spaceships, they don't have the RCS thrusters pointing exactly along like the cardinal directions. They have them slightly offset at angles to cope with fault tolerance, I think it is. So like if you have a thruster pointing at a 45-degree angle, then it can also do up as well as forwards. Whereas if they're just pointing up, down, left and right, losing one loses an entire direction. Whereas if they're angled, they can kind of work at 50% usefulness, but still kind of provide some additional thrust. So we'll do something similar. So they won't face like precisely forwards, they'll be angled slightly. Just again to deal with that fault tolerance. Yeah, the stairs are in. Oh, wrong one. Stairs are in there. So they're all measured out so that they will fit, but we haven't done the inside bit yet. There will be like a circular stairwell going up. Right. So let us just fix some of this. Don't want to join those two halves together yet because we're still working on one side and I don't want to have to redo it. Yeah, like there, for example. To be honest, joining this up hasn't actually created much in the way of disaster, so it might be all right actually. For some reason I was expecting that geometry to need a bit more work, but I don't think it does. I will, however, straighten that out a bit. I have a feeling this is going to look quite cool when it's done. Okay, yeah, so we need to do the supporting loops around there. Do the RCS there. I'd like to have some exposed hardware down the edge there, but I think I'll do that post subdivision. So I'll do it. I'll subdivide it. I'll smooth it all off, and then I'll go ahead and cut through for the engines, for the like the weapons capacitors and things. We can have some heat sinks running down the edge. So rather than just having a plain curved surface there, we'll make it more interesting than that. We never have much in the way of like greebles and things, so it'll be good to add some. Need to sort this edge out here as well. That's looking kind of rubbish. Might also just add another loop around there, just to make that blend in a bit more. It's not liking the fact that that model's in it. Not to worry. Pull it out in a minute. Right, okay, let's do this back bit because this bit scares me. So we'll come back to that. So that entire edge is 0.5 meter. So if we do so we don't want to go 25 because that's perhaps too much of a curve. Maybe 15? Let's go 15. We do 15 there. 15 there. And then just to be awkward, that doesn't quite reach. Oh, that's interesting. That doesn't reach either. So that's the correct edge there. So we'll take our 15 to there, and then we'll just scale this one to connect to it. Yeah, me too. Is it going to do it? No, it's not going to do it. Sometimes it gets clever and kind of works out what you're doing, and it kind of snaps automatically to the 15, but I'm going to have to do this one manually. We'll have to redo that edge. Still not doing it. That'll be why. So if we just expose that geometry there. If it detects it as parallel, it does. And if you're like working your way around a curve, it will like detect it sometimes and save you a lot of effort, but it doesn't always work. It depends on the geometry. In this particular instance, it didn't work. I wasn't happy with it, but never mind. Right, so that should all be green, and that's not. So it's unhappy with a bunch of stuff there. I can see why, because of that, and because of that. See there, it's done it. So it's snapped there, and that should be 15. No, it's not 15. So yeah, it did snap, but not to the 15 that we wanted. picked its own arbitrary snapping point. There's probably some tiny overlapping edges there, just causing that not to form a perfect quad, but there we go, that fixes it. Same problem here. Find our 15, join it up. Better. Let's get rid of that a minute. Yeah, there we go. I wanted the like the lip around there to be reasonably hard, but not too much. And I think that pretty much gives us what we need. It's a nice soft edge, but not too soft. This will have hole plating around it, obviously. So this is just the outer skin of the ship. All the hull plating goes on top of this, so they're going to have another couple of inches worth of thickness on top of that, which we just need to bear in mind with the curves and such, because obviously the thicker you go, the wider that curve becomes. Yeah, the thing when it comes to like lone triangles, if they're on a flat surface, the subdivision tends to just gloss over it. If the triangle is like somewhere like this on a tight curve, then it messes it up. Like there. See these two bits here? I don't know whether you can see like a reflection artifact. Imagine they might be triangles. Yeah, see? So those two triangles there are specifically causing a problem by causing issues with the normals, basically. So it's pulling the mesh in a non-uniform direction, so you get those reflection issues. And that's happening because they are located in a place where it's up against a curve, so they mess the curve up. If we can move the triangle somewhere flat, like that one, it won't have as much of an effect. So we could potentially move that down a bit. If we did that, and then we move that over there, we do that instead. Obviously it's still triangulated, but it's still treat that as a quad. So assuming I can get that to snap. There we go. Just smooth this one out as well. Just blend it in a bit. So now when we do it, so we've lost the one dimple. But we still have a dimple there. So basically we just need to do the same with this one, where pull that in to there. There, triangulate that bit, quad it rather, Probably the same here as well. Just move those triangles off of the curve. Let's see whether that gets rid of our dimples. Still a dimple there. What are you? I think that's probably just some crap geometry, to be honest. Actually, what I could do maybe if I was to do something like that. Move that triangle across to there. Oh, that's horrible. We can't do that. Still got the same problem there, basically. What if... I wonder... Basically, we're taking this heavy geometry and we're kind of lightening it as we go. So we don't want to mess up that edge there. See, that might work because that places that triangle on a flatter edge. So It's not immediately on the curve there. Come on. Hooray, no more dimples. I mean, there's still a tiny lump there, but it's not creating a reflection artifact as much. It's more of just of a lump. I don't think there's any way of really improving that much more. Just smooth that off a bit there. Just have it blend a bit more. That's a bit better. Not quite as lumpy now. So yeah, when Claire mentioned that I'm a perfectionist, this is what ends up happening. I'll spend like an hour just like tweaking one little bit, but there we go. I think we can live with that. Yeah, exactly. To be honest, having defects and imperfections is what helps sell something looking real. If something's too pristine and too perfect, then you kind of lose something. It looks fake. Like all the carpets in the game have like a noise texture going across them to add those imperfections, because otherwise it looks so uniform and rubbish. I'll check that curve a minute, make sure it's nice and tight on both sides. Yes, I think we can live with that. Yeah, you're right. The whole uncanny valley thing, it needs to not look too perfect. It needs to have lumps and bumps, and no ship that ever gets built is like perfectly smooth. It all has like ripples in the metal and such. Right, so that's all looking smooth. So this one underneath is going to be slightly different in that this one's going to be blended in more smoothly, so it's not going to have like the domed windows or anything, because that's going to be the hydroponics, which means this back bit can come out more. So we might as well go ahead and just blend that in. And then deal with these issues. basically what we need to do here is, I guess we'll go from there. We just need to decide how much we're going to curve that. I think I'm happy just using the midpoint there, have it come down like that. Which means these guys just need to be moved up a bit, just to intersect with that. Fix all that in a sec. Right, okay. So that gives us our curve, and then if we let's just remove all the smoothing and everything from that, so that we've got our base geometry. Of all these bits that we don't need underneath. Earth is that connected to? Is it that? No, it is. Okay. Now we just need to make sense of the mess. So shape-wise, basically we've got that harsh curve at the top there and a slightly smoother curve as it goes to the little lip at the back there. Don't need that anymore. need to make that nice and smooth. Right, so there's the basics. Now we just need to smooth it off a bit. Just kind of eyeballing this for the most part, just to try and get that curve. I don't know why, I always hold my breath while I'm doing that. I grab it and I'm trying to line it up and I realise I'm not breathing while I'm doing it. Have you ever concentrated so hard that you died of asphyxiation? I've just realised that the triangulation flipping tool only works if it's a quad, like a proper quad, which is why I've never been able to get it work on these ones. It makes my life so much easier. Yeah, don't let them know what you're doing. I'll fix that triangle in a sec because we need to do that whole 15 centimeter thing around the outside. Right, so this bit is going to cause issues. So I think that comes in a bit too much there. If we were using that as our angle, then we've got like a concaved section there, which probably isn't the best. So if I just move the whole lot out a bit. So that triangle is causing all manner of grief there. It's not terrible though. Right, let's move this in a bit. See, randomly it's helpful. So like it's snapping to 15 centimeters, or at least it was just then. It's kind of given up on this one. But yeah, see, it's snapped to 15 all on its own without me having to measure it. So sometimes it's helpful. Other times it ignores you. See there, it's gone, I don't know, 15, there we go. Well done, SketchUp. Right, this is going to be slightly more bothersome because we've got some additional edges to worry about. There's our rogue triangle that we need to get rid of. Ooh, I think that one solves itself actually. Oh, or not. Okay, so it'd be better if we put that over there and actually have it line up. So that basically moves that triangle away from this edge. Puts it more on a flat bit so it won't be quite as breaky. Actually, I can just fix both of those straight away by doing that. Boom, quads. Nice. That's better. You are correct, Oninoni, it should. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't usually make much of a difference. What I will do though is thicken this bit, because obviously our normal hull is 1/2 meter thick in its cavity, and we're kind of losing that a bit here. So let's go ahead and fix that. Oops, wrong button. Right, so annoyingly, it does mean we're going to have to do this bit again. It's my fault. I should have noticed that beforehand. So that's actually the slope of the hull there. Although I might not actually do this if this is going to create too much of an issue here. Yeah, because we'd have to continue that across there like that. Which means that would have to come to there. You know what? I think I'm just going to have it be thinner. Otherwise, it's going to break the slope of the hull there. And this is literally just a lip at the back, so it doesn't matter if it's not consistently the same thickness as that. Ooh, it didn't like that. That's weird. What's going on there? Something somewhere. There we go. Split edge. Right, that's more sensible. Right, then that's. Oops, does it need 1, 2, 1, 2? That makes more sense. Move that to there. Not want to snap. Right, that's better. Yeah, it needs to go faster stripes. making sure they're aligned to that. That one needs to come out just a tad. Yeah, it's much smoother now. So go the right way up again. We also subdivide that one. So when I join the top and the bottom bits together, I'll fix things like this lip, and it will automatically pull in that curve as well, so that'll be a smooth curve. It's just because they're not joined at the moment. But that is our entrance. That ridge won't be there either. Yeah, there's definitely something fish-like about it, which, to be honest, I'm not disappointed over. Quite like that. Keep seeing the odd little bump. Little bump there, and I'm like, nope, leave it alone. Ignore the little bump. Right then, so if we add a back wall to this. What am I doing? Oh. Did it the wrong way round. Better. Let's reduce the geometry down a bit. Probably the best I can do. Then we need to give this a suitably sharp edge, I think. Probably no more than 10, maybe even 5. Let's go with 10. And of course we'll have to fix this as well. think it's because of the colour green it is. It's very bird of prey green. See you, Zotbox. Yeah, it gives us a nice little edge to work with there. So obviously we'll cut the door and everything, you know, into this. It just gives us a nice solid back just to begin with. We need to do the same with that as well. Thanks, I shall go and have a look in a sec. Don't want you on that edge. Fine, do it that way instead. Okay, so I'm gonna line this up with the geometry underneath, because ultimately that's where it's going to have to align with. Again, once we join these two meshes together, they will be more unified. There we go. And then we'll add things like some navigation lights in there. Probably like visible hardware for the doors. Just a general kind of ship ID across the back there. So we'll flesh all that out with additional detail as we go. Quite like that as a shuttle bay entrance. A doorbell, absolutely. Let's get rid of that horrid thing there. rid of all of it? Oh no, a bit more. So what we're looking at underneath here, this is going to be the cargo hold. So all of this will be cargo space underneath. Maybe we could have some kind of like a loading door or something under there. I mean, this thing's never going to land, but it could be some kind of access point. And obviously the floor above is the shuttle bay. Missed something there. Ah, I see it. More stray geometry. That's better. It gets rid of that horrible groove. Yeah, it's got cat flaps. So just comparing this to the ribbing that we did before, actually it does fit quite well already. So we're not sticking out anywhere unnecessarily, which is good. Doors are fitting there, so they can come forward a bit. So it gives us a cavity to the side of the shuttle bay. Not sure we need all of that, so the shuttle bay could actually get a little bit wider. Not by much, but a tiny bit. We've got a bit of extra space there for the bridge to be slightly wider as well. And I guess we'll probably take that ceiling up a bit higher too. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, to be honest. Yeah, fuel tanks for shuttles for refueling them. It's a good idea. Though having blended this in, we've kind of lost the fuel tank space we did have coming along this edge. So we still need some kind of a fuel tank solution for these engines. Yeah, if we make the pods bigger, we could put the fuel tank in the pod. Because it is only argon gas, it's nothing explosive or anything like that. Or we do have extra cavity like back here that we can use. We'll see. We'll see where we can squeeze stuff in. Right, I've got about an hour left on stream, so let's see if we can get that RCS done. Ah yeah, the fuel scoop's going to go underneath, so just underneath here. Do I have the hardware turned on? No. Hang on, let me turn on. Oh, it is turned on. Where is it? Yeah, here. So these are the reactor fuel tanks, and immediately below them, it's basically there, kind of there on the hull. So we'll have like a ram scoop underneath, and that will just basically siphon gases straight into the fuel tanks. If we need to have another room or anything underneath there, we can just drop it down a bit. That's not going to be too much of an ordeal. Yeah, it could fold out. It's not necessarily needed though. It just needs like just a vent or something underneath just to suck in gases. Let's do a bit of measuring in a minute. So that should be almost exactly to there. So the middle of the ship was it that one? Yeah, that one, 42. So 42 this way takes us to that one. Hang on, I've lost the middle now. 36, right, so 36 to there, and 36 would be to there, no, there, there. Right, so the midline is there, but we can't really put the RCS thrusters there because they're kind of in the way of the ring, so they're going to have to step back a little bit. So I think it's going to have to be there, which means make a sunroof. Yeah, so we're looking at something more like that. Let's make sure we're dealing with the same height as these ones. So that gives us that. That is true. When we're thinking about the actual mass itself, yeah, all the weight is here where the rings are, so it is both visually more appealing and better if I put them maybe there. So like that. Then we'll have maybe that stick out a bit there. Yeah, the further back we go, the less easy it is to have them fire forwards, because we're kind of moving at left of the outer hull extent there, whereas we could have them come out a bit there. Let's have a look. I suppose if we were to have it come out to there. They're definitely going to have to be angled. Have that come out a bit. I guess to about there. Just thinking on it, the angle needs to be more like that. So I'm just thinking about what angle we're dealing with here and how to keep that curve kind of consistent with that angle whilst giving us enough room to actually position the thrusters. So we've got a decent amount of room either side there. So I want to make sure we've got the same on this one as well. So if we take those a minute, take a copy of those. Oh, not the whole thing. So that's the middle. Just want to make sure that the curve doesn't go beyond the space that we've kind of allocated for those. So that, I guess that would be the furthest extent. Actually, let's do this from the middle. I'm just thinking ahead about making life easier in terms of fitting everything in. Feeling that's actually not on a proper edge, so let's just draw in the face so that we've got that there, and the same here. So that kind of gives us that. Something like that anyway. Let's repair this a minute. Yeah, that's not too bad at all, really, is it? We've got a tighter curve than this one. This one is 2 segments long, whereas this one's only kind of 1 at the most. But I suppose we could actually start the curve from there, maybe, rather than squishing it in quite so much. Yeah, so it definitely gives us scope for going forwards with the thruster. And yeah, all the other directions are fine, it's just a forward direction. But they can come out at an angle, it's not going to hurt. All of the code is shared between all of the ships. So things like the electrical system, the fluid system, the reactor, all of that code is shared. So it doesn't matter what ship we're making, it's all going to use the same core code. The only thing that's going to be unique on a per ship basis is obviously the physical shape, the interior design, and like some of the UIs, because we'll start doing like manufacturer specific UI designs. So, you know, the UI you have on the Magellan class is kind of like the UN UI. In fact, that's why we call it UNOS, because it's like the United Nations operating system. So only UN ships will have that specific UI style. Other ships will have completely different UIs, and like this one will have a different UI. Which I hate, because I don't like working on UIs. It's like my pet hate. Don't like UIs. But yeah, so each manufacturer needs its own. And with this one being like the equivalent of a luxury yacht manufacturer, it means that their UI system needs to be like, you know, that way inclined. It needs to be kind of luxury and high end. So we shall see what we do with it. Yeah. So the more I look at that, the more I think this needs to come out from here and here. Hey, Mike. Yeah. I hope so, AJ. I do hope so. Wow, Riscos. Ah, brings back memories. I actually have that running on a Raspberry Pi, funnily enough. Completely random. I was so like reminiscent of my old Archimedes days. I thought, oh, I'm going to install Riscos on a Pi, because why not? Works brilliantly too. see you. I think there's a hedgehog outside the office. I can hear lots of snuffling. Yeah, we shall see in a sec. See what they actually end up looking like. I mean, scale-wise, that's more in keeping. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Yeah, then on here, we would have to grab that. That there. Because of course it's inside. Yeah, it's the inability to land is a technical issue more than a scale issue. And obviously, you know, like Oni Noni says, it's got a giant ring round it, so you know, landing that would be difficult unless you kind of land it on its bum end. But from a technical perspective, in the game engine, we can't land ships that are detailed in terms of their interiors with lots of physics objects and lots of actors, because it means moving those groups of actors around, like responding to physics and stuff, which is extremely heavy for the engine to do. So instead, we have to rely on moving space around the ship, which means that the ship cannot land. But something like a shuttle has a very limited interior and very little in the way of like physics objects rattling about, so we can manage that environment more easily when it comes to moving it around. So it's very much an engine limitation more than anything else. Hey, thanks, Firlin. Yep, the shuttles will have the same simulated electrical system, reactor, and everything else. It's just there's a lot less of it. And the reason that we can't fly the big ships around planets is because the big ships, again, are complex in their interiors, and the planetary surfaces will also be complex. And those two don't mix. So you either have a static ship or you have a static surface. You can't have both be dynamic. Just delete these unnecessary faces. We know that we don't need those. We know that we don't need those. I think I am. I did. So curved it upon at 80. Okay, so we're looking at something like that, basically. If we grab that, copy that down there. Wish they'd add flip to the right click menu, because it's kind of awkward to have to go up to tools every time you want to use it. Hey, Celtic. Yeah, so the front RCS definitely sticks out a lot further. There's a lot more in the way of room. I mean, there's no reason why we can't have that come in a bit, though, to be honest. Just to give it a bit more room. I think I would prefer that it didn't stick out as far as it does, but it's kind of unavoidable, really, because this isn't necessarily about what it looks like. This is about how it functions. So, you know, obviously it's got a job to do. So we need to make sure it can actually do that job. If we do that, we can grab that. maybe that. We can add them to there. Hide that. Sort that out. Gives us that instead. So yeah, so that gives us the same kind of space for the RCS. I guess it just kind of is what it is, really. It's we have to have RCS thrusters; they have to stick out. So it's just about putting them in the least crap-looking place we can. Let's move them back up a minute. So we can probably just nudge them that way a little bit. Oh yeah, these aren't the actual RCS thrusters. These are just like scale markers. The actual RCS thrusters will obviously fire in every which way, as one would expect. Yeah, the RCS is for turning the ship. Like the main engines are for moving it forwards and backwards, and then every bank, roll, turn, pitch is all done with the RCS, and for maneuvering around like stations and stuff. You wouldn't use the main engines for that. You'd have like micro movements using the RCS. So how does that look there? Yeah, not too bad. It's funny, I found a model earlier. Which folder was it in? Wasn't that one? There it is. So this here was the original design for the Magellan class way back, like in 2020, something like that. And it's kind of eerily familiar. So we were going to use this design for the Pathfinder class. So yeah, obviously take the Magellan, squish it down, make it more streamlined, and generally have it as a much sleeker looking ship. But as it turns out, just kind of having that in the back of my head, turns out that we've actually built that as the Pathfinder pretty much. So I think, sorry, as the Caravella, when we do the Pathfinder, I think we will do something similar to this. I still like the idea of having a split ring, so rather than having the full ring, we'll just have bananas on the side. But yeah, I thought it was just a funny coincidence that the original Magellan class concept model ended up being the Caravella class. And we have our shuttles pretty much locked in. Just going to grab a picture a minute. Grab one that actually makes sense. Yeah, there. So our shuttles are going to be very much like the Dream Chaser. Probably a clearer image of it. Obviously, probably a bit bigger than that so that we can fit more into them, but that's the general idea. They're going to be like the Dream Chaser. Oh yeah, there'll be loads of different types of shuttles. So every type of vehicle there will be in the game, we want multiples of, multiple different versions of it. Yeah, there will I'll release all of these meshes once we're done with them. So once like we're finished, then I'll release them so people can 3D print them and whatever else they want to do with them. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm probably going to tweak this. Not fully feeling it yet, so that probably won't be the final version of it, but I think as a rough idea, I think that's pretty much what we're going to have to do with it. I want this ship to have quite a lot of exposed hardware. Oh yeah, then we need to sort this out as well. Just make sure that all lines up proper. Forgot to do the secondary support loop, so we'll just add that one in. Do we have it? Of course we have a triangulated face. Of course we do. We can avoid, no, it's not going to. Alright, fine, we'll do it manually. Actually, if I divide each one of these edges, basically right up to the point where it turns into 15. So it's 11, still 11, yeah, and then 16. And from here, we'll just do 15. This one's got triangulation, so I'm just going to do that as separate faces. Should get a bit of a tighter edge on there now. There we go, much nicer. And yeah, so the other thing I wanted to do, which I will do at some point, is try and curve it up there ever so slightly, just so we've got more of a curve going up. But other than that, I'm happy with that. Okay, so we're about 10 minutes off the end, so I think what I'll do is I'll export this into the engine, and then we can actually have a look at the mesh and see what it looks like under proper lighting conditions. It's weird, it seems to have done this one inside out. Probably me. May as well do this while we're at it. that's weird. Didn't notice I had a bit of stray geometry there. Come on, pick it up. Got it. There we go. And why it has such a hard time doing that? Better. Just for the purposes of exporting this, I'm going to do the whole thing as one mesh. Hopefully that won't have messed anything up too much. Right, then we can export that. Oh, I suppose we'll keep the engines while we're at it. That one. So as is tradition, we will load the two ships next to each other. Let's just find the test a minute. Oh, it's already there. It's useful. definitely smoother. Got a lot of old materials that we don't need. Right, let's load in the Magellan's bits a minute. So B deck, D deck, E deck, G. Yeah, so size-wise, it's about as big as one of the Magellan's engine pods. So it's quite a teeny ship, really, in the grand scheme of things. That's what it looks like. Load up a different HDRI a minute. What are we using here? There you go, so you can see things a bit better. Yeah, so the underside will blend smoothly in with the hull there. We won't have that step. So it's not going to have that sort of awkward looking stepped thing where that's mirrored. So I'll just smoothly blend in just to remove that. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done with the back of it. I think we're happy with that. The engines all blend in nicely, so that's fine. Obviously this is going to be the bridge dome here. Yeah, so from the bridge, you'll be able to see the RCS firing, which will be nice. You'll be able to see the turret there firing, and you'll also be able to see the engines and things out the back window, which is nice. And because we haven't tested it in a while, let's make sure it can still do the ring fit test. Yeah, easy. Bags of room. That's good. You can see the stairs and everything now. Now that it's hollow, you can see where the stairs are going to go up into the engine bay. So the next job is to make sure that we're absolutely definitely done with all of the outer hull skin details. Because obviously things like this all needs fixing, so it's not all rubbish looking. And once we're done with the skin, then we can start chopping it up into bits. So, like with this. So you'll find like that bit, that bit, that bit. So this here would be like a framework block. So this is what would come out of the shipyard. So the shipyard produces the block, and then that block gets welded into place. So we need to chop this up to create blocks like this. Yeah. This is the first ship I've ever built in my long history of building ships that I actually properly like the back end of. I think that's yeah, it's a nice looking shape. I think the only thing I really don't like right now is just this mirrored top and bottom. I'm really not a fan of that. So once that's all sploothed, it's a new word. Once we've sploothed that in, then I think that'll look a lot nicer. Yeah, and I think the idea with moving the bridge to the top, I think is definitely going to work a lot better. For many reasons. But, yeah. Okay, so on that note, I think we will call it a night there. And I am going to put out a new dev build shortly, without the Caravella parked next to the Magellan this time, because I will remember to delete it this time round. But for anyone that has access to dev builds, you will now be able to load into the game in VR and walk around in VR. So we are making steady progress in that regard. So yeah, so with that, thanks again everyone for watching, and I shall see you on Wednesday's stream. So have a good week ahead, and bye for now.